I'll call this meeting to order. If you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Hands.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic from which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, start out with the consent agenda to approve the minutes of February 3rd, 2026. Approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and sign monthly earning and collection statements for the clerk of district court and sheriff. Sign resolution 2006-05 to initiate proceedings for the public roadway vacation in Garland Town site. Support letter of support to American Legion, Hughes Pitting Post 26. Pittiger.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Been moved in second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, I did submit last night just some grammatical changes to the letter of support for the American Legion. Did we get those?
Yeah.
I'm just checking with Kelly to make sure. There was just some
Okay.
grammatical.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I read that. All right.
Okay.
Been moved to second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next, we have the development standards and regulations update. Elsie?
This week, from the consultant, we did receive the draft zoning maps and the draft uses table. Those are the results of the consultants compiling what was received in the public meetings last summer and fall. And so those will be provided to the TAG and then on to the P&Z Commission for review and discussion. In both cases, there's a lot to look at. There's a lot to digest and figure out how they meld and how they don't. So that's the next things we'll be working on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'd like to open up to public comment for any agenda or non-agenda items. Any public comment? Okay. Double time.
You're gonna be a while.
Next thing is it what?
9:60.
Okay, we're a little ahead today, for this, 10:50. But we'd like, or 9:50, but we have April Rodriguez with the Powell Economic Partnership to introduce the new director, Michaela Worsey.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I'm April Rodriguez, the Chair for Powell Economic Development Partnership. And this is Michaela Morrissey. She comes from us. She's been in Powell since 2000, 2020, okay, well, 2020. And she worked at the Powell Chamber as part of our Vista program. And then she was on the board. Then she moved over to the Homesteader Museum, then the Buffalo Bill Historical Museum, but she's still very active in the Homesteader Museum. And then she's come to return to the Powell Chamber and PEP. So this is Michaela Morrissey. We're super excited to introduce her.
Do you have any, would you pull the mic up there? Just, yeah, so we can record. Yeah, just, what's your big plans? What's your big vision? Learning it?
I'm learning it. Yeah, there's a lot of learning to do.
Great.
What do you think is the first step that you want to take in order to move into this position and make it work for Powell?
I think just to get out in the community, let them know I'm there, that they can come to me, talk to our members, and kind of get a feel for what they're thinking and what direction we need to move in as part of the community.
You're beeping.
Getting a call.
Mr. Chair, Michaela, yeah, just a quick reminder, when you do come in, we have some deaf people up here on the panel, so you're gonna have to get a bold voice, and I think that would help you as a chamber director too, to get in there and be excited to be here. As far as getting maybe more memberships or just keeping the current memberships with the chamber, I think it would be a good step to go out there and start meeting some of the businesses again who some have felt neglected in the past. So I think that's a good step for you as well. And that might take you a while. So.
Yeah.
We are going to focus on chamber education, and this is where we have found is in the boardroom that we have the 3 divisions of PEP, and not all of our chamber members understand that. And so that's where Michaela's really going to have this education situation where, hey, we are covering you as members. We're also economic development, we're visitor center, all encompassed in this big role. So she has a lot of roles to fill. And so, but like our, not everybody, it's amazing. It's been like this for over a decade, and not a lot of people understand all the roles that the chamber fills or that space.
Mr. Chair, some of the issues that Rebecca had been working on, they included more activity at the Powell Airport, and also the sidewalk from Garland. The rails to trails. Are those efforts still continuing after she left?
Right now I'm just maintaining relationships. I have a lot of things to sort through. So some things are kind of on the back burner while, I get my feet under me and figure out what's going on, work on the membership aspect, and then we can kind of return to those things if needed.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've talked about and Michaela's talked about is she will be part of the Park County Outdoor Rec Collaborative, which will work on a few of those projects that Rebecca was involved in to begin with, and we only meet 3 or 4 times a year, so it'll take a little while, but it will keep things on the burner. Might be on the back burner for a little while, but.
Mr. Chairman, so you mentioned 3 divisions basically of PEP, and for not just myself, but we are Zoomed watching. So give us a layman's quick definition of how those are divided, if you could, real
There
quick.
is, and if I fumble this, I'm just gonna send it right back to Michaela or Dossie. So we have the Powell Economic Development,
Right?
we have the Powell Chamber, the Visitor Center, those are the three,
Mhm.
those are the three. And so years ago, when it used to be three separate, well, the Powell Chamber and the Visitor Center has always been housed underneath one roof. When they put all that into, put the economic development inside of that space as well. The newness is it's one director doing all the work. And we had said this in our chamber, in our meetings, that this is a fire hose situation for Michaela. There's a lot to learn, a lot of things going on. We talked about rails and trails, the airport situation, outdoors, and then plus keeping members happy, letting the footprint come in, that people come in, talk about like what to do in this space and the visitor center aspect of it. And then we do get calls on a regular basis on people wanting to come in to maybe start a business or to advance their businesses. Where can they house them? Where's the tax base for the city and that sort of thing? That also hits Michaela's desk. So it's a lot of job. It's not undoable, but it's when you're new, it's a lot of job. So
Mr. Chairman, understood it. I think it's
Yeah.
great. I mean, more of a one person, one stop shop, and it could actually really benefit the public as a member of a business in the area. I would like to think that the focus is on just that, the economic development part of it and how to improve businesses that are existing and maybe produce more or invite more. I mean,
it's
it is-
literally it's a holistic approach. I mean, if we have better economic development, it better benefits the members. It's a reason why visitors come, you
Right.
know, so it is, it's the holistic approach. It's just a
I
lot
just
of.
want to say thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks for coming in and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Don't quit the first day.
I haven't.
What do we have for rules for this predator? What's that? Rules. For the predator. One, okay.
I believe.
Yeah, it's just one, no sportsmanship, Hunter.
Yes.
Are you Gregory? Yes. Gregory, come on up. Gregory Mayton. And this is for the Predator Management Board.
Yes,
Just if you would pull the mic up, give us your name and talk a little loud.
all right. Gregory Mayton, applying for the Predator Management Board.
Can you give us a little bit about yourself?
Moved out here in 2008, been here ever since. I work for the school district right now. I have been working at a sporting goods store since 2009 off and on. Do all the fishing orders. Worked for the Game and Fish from 2009 to 2018 or 19. I have a fisheries biology degree and trap, hunt, fish, camp, ride side by sides, four-wheelers, a lot of outdoor stuff. And I think I'd be a good addition for the Predator Management Board.
What sparked your interest in it?
Oh, I guess I've trapped when I was a kid, still trapping now, teaching my youngest to trap, and managing predators in society has it's getting harder to I guess with society, with trapping, keeping up on predators, especially in the current political landscape. And I think it's good to have people on the board that are active in the community and are in wears a bunch of different hats and can kind of keep a good light on what is going on and where we want to go in the future.
And Mr. Chairman, Gregor, thanks for applying. I'm no expert, but I have been on the either on the Predator board or liaison for it for I think going on 15 plus years now. And one of the biggest misconceptions that people apply, especially as a sportsman or at large, is they feel that they may be getting to actively work with the predator management. That is not always the case. So I'm just make sure you're aware of that. You are basically, as a board member, as a set in decision-making voting process along with livestock producers. Just wanted to know that. More of a statement than a question. I guess my question to you would be, are you comfortable right now with the state's role in wolf management?
Oh, I mean, I do agree with where we're at with the predator zone. I think that's needed. The trophy zone gets a little harder. I mean, the boundaries where it's at, what's happening. Of course, what happened a couple years ago with the snowmobile thing is not a good light on anybody within the state or managing predators. And I think I know a lot of the board has a lot to do with the budgets and getting money to the government trappers and that type of stuff. So I do know a little bit of what's going on, but not I guess not completely on what the board does, but I know a lot of it's budgeting with the county funds and to separate it out and where it's going.
Okay, well, thank you for applying.
You betcha.
Hi, Gregory.
Howdy.
Thank you too for applying. So what kind of expertise would you bring to a board? Have you served on boards before?
Yeah,
what
I'm
do you
currently
know?
on the Buffalo Bill Dam Board. Been on that for, God, time flies. I think I've had 2 or 3 re-ups. So dealing with the community budgets, everything that's going on. I guess so I guess the main board I'm on. I've been on baseball board and a bunch of different activities in the community. National Turkey Wild Federation, I was the president of that for a while when we still had it. But now with having younger kids, it's more sports related. So
Baseball board's
baseball,
one of the
football.
toughest.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you.
You betcha.
Yeah, Greg, nice to meet you and thanks for applying. And
Betcha.
I can relate to the kids' sports boards. Those are maybe the most contentious boards, some of them sometimes. Anyway, I guess my question would be, what's something that you, in kind of reviewing the predator management board, what is something that you view as an improvement they could make or something that they could shift that you identify as maybe something that's not necessarily a weakness, but something that could be improved?
I guess the biggest thing that I could see is that being in the community for close to pushing 20 years, not knowing what they actually do, the community has no clue. Unless you know people that are on the board and you ask them what's going on, it's hard for them to. And I guess most people, I guess, I don't know if they don't care, but it's not in their line of view. So I think just making sure that people are educated on what is actually going on is probably the biggest thing I think they could help out with.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for applying. Besides wolves, what other predators are we concerned about here in Park County?
Oh, so all the animals that are on the predator species is going to be porcupines, jackrabbits, prairie dogs, raccoons, foxes, skunks, coyotes are the main ones. So a lot of it is disease transmission. Like I live in between here and Powell. I have chickens and ducks, and I actually just caught a skunk this morning in a trap because I could smell it this weekend. So I set a cage trap this weekend and caught it this morning. So I mean, with all the rural development, you're gonna have a lot of predators messing with people's stuff.
Are there bounties on some of those animals?
So the Wyoming outdoorsmen have a bounty on coyotes and foxes and raccoons right now.
And isn't there a resale for skunk pellets too?
I just sold some furs Friday, and depends on the species and how your fur looks. Depends on what it is. Bobcats by far the best. Then martens and coyotes are some are fur bearers, but the predators are going to be your coyotes are going to be what brings the biggest on that. And it depends. It's starting to warm up. The furs are starting to rub, so it's getting a little harder to bring good money for those.
Okay, thanks.
Gotcha.
What do you think is your greatest strength you bring to this?
I guess the diversity in the community. I know a lot of people on departments, and then school district. I've know a lot of people throughout the community, I guess, would probably be my biggest thing. Be able to communicate in between groups.
And have you looked at when they have their meetings?
I have not, no.
Asking? Mr. Chairman, generally, they meet 2 to 3 times a year. They will, you'll get an email. Once you're appointed, I'm sure they'll contact. Regan Smith is currently the president. They usually in around December, they have like a budget meeting to review. And then they'll do the final budget in the spring. Sometimes they will meet, it's kind of the call of the board to pull the halt, have the meetings, but after the final budget is approved by the board, then they will present that to ADMB board, animal damage, and requesting funding. Currently, right now, the county does not contribute funding to the predator board. It is done by a combination of state and brand inspection fees. So
Gotcha.
you, as a board member, you control those funds and how far they can go. The predator board contracts through Wildlife Services for the control of the predators. We have 2 trappers but after the approval of the funding, sometimes, not always, they've had meetings moving forward, but as needed, basically, they try to get a hold of you, usually well in advance, for the meetings and times. That answer?
Anybody have any more questions? Gregory, you got any questions of us?
I do not, I guess when would you let us know if we're on the board or whatever?
So we have at least, what, one other one?
One
today?
other, yep.
We have one other one today, and then we'll make our decision today, and we'll let everybody know.
Perfect. I appreciate you guys the opportunity for
Thanks for
this.
coming in.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Got cold out there.
Yeah.
It's
changing.
That wind blowing.
So Amir is on the.
He what?
He's on a flight.
Oh.
And it was.
But not till.
So we should give him the full till 10:10.
However, we have, most of you know him, Tim Metzler.
Good morning,
For
Commissioners.
the Predator Board.
Tim Metzler, applying for the Predator Board.
Well, Tim, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've lived here my whole life, been very involved in wildlife, know a lot of ranch people and always concerned with what we got going on in the county. Definitely interested in help out whatever we can do, so.
And what spiked your interest in it?
I got a little time on my hands today and just like my neighbor lady says, hey, apply for this. So I did. So, yeah.
Jay?
Mr. Chairman, you're gonna get drilled by everybody hard here today, so I'm gonna go real easy on you. I think I'll know you well enough and know the answers, and I'm not gonna go into detail as to what the Predator Board does. I know you know. My question that I'm trying to be consistent is, are you happy with the state's current management of wolves as predators in the state of Wyoming?
I am. As long as we keep a management program to them, yes, I am. So I am a active wolf hunter, so it's quite a game, so.
Hi, haven't seen you
That's
for
it.
a long time.
Yeah.
My question is going to be about serving on boards and what expertise you would bring. I did serve on a board with you for a while, so I know a little bit about that, but if you'd explain the expertise that you can bring to the board.
I'm fairly knowledgeable about wildlife and I get involved in a lot of Wyoming Game and Fish Department things. And I do have a couple neighbors that are actually the maintenance to the predators, you know, so I do know them very well. And I appreciate the job that they do. And I see the output of like what comes on with the pheasants that we didn't have for a while. Now that those things are back in the field and it's all about, you know, where we make our money in today's world is selling wildlife, you know, so I think it's very important that we keep the board operating and the ranchers do need that protection. And I know lots of ranchers and the sheep people. And so, yeah, I'd like to help out and serve on with my time and what I can do and help you. So.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, Tim, I don't think I've met you before. So I'm Kelly Stoney, so nice to meet you. My question that I have today is, can you tell us what you maybe see as something that the Predator Management Board could improve on that they're not currently doing or are currently doing but needs to be fixed?
Well, I don't know how to, you know, just like the infrared thing would be my only concerns of how that stuff is going on. And just like, I'm not opposed to it by any means, but I think it needs to be very well paid attention to and who uses that stuff, because during hunting seasons, I'm involved in a lot of those things and I truly believe that, I don't know if they should be used during big game seasons because it's just too hard to control as they hunt, you know, so, and I see it in the off season where, you know, go at the predator as hard as we can, you know. We do need to do that, but I do see a problem with that infrared stuff being used during hunting seasons, you know, big game seasons, you know, so, and I don't mind, you know, if the guys that are taking care of the process use it, but to have public using that stuff at all times is a concern of mine for sure. So
Okay.
if that makes any sense to you, you know, just protecting our wildlife in that manner too, you know. Everybody wants to push the limits on what we can do with our technologies today. And so I just hear too many things out there that is very negative to that. So, for example, using it in daylight hours, you know, and spotting wildlife through the trees and stuff like that, because it's heat is what does it. So that's not a fair chase process to me. So, but as far as predators, you know, I just look at it as being something that probably needs attention in that off season of like when we're hunting our big game. So,
Okay,
okay.
good. Thank you.
Yep. Pleasure to meet you, Tim. Yeah.
Besides wolves, what other predators or concerns here in Park County?
Gosh, I just like, there's, we got coyotes and, you know, all kinds of things that take our wildlife out, you know, and so. And our livestock, you know, and I just like, I got a son-in-law that's involved in the ranching business, and so. I hear from him and other people that are in that business, you know, it's just like. When to take and when to not is very, you know, concerning to me, you know, so.
Some of these predators also have bounty programs on them too, right?
Yep, I don't have any problems with that, so.
You can hunt pheasant outside your backyard now, can't you? It's been showing up quite, they're out at the radio station all the time.
I'm not a bird hunter anymore, but I just,
Should be.
it is nice to see them around for sure,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, I am.
Well, Tim, a question for you here. I know we've talked a lot. You're a very avid snowmobile rider.
Oh,
and a
I got
very
two of them
avid
loaded
wolf-
on my
and a
truck.
very avid wolf hunter. So what do you feel about that combination?
I don't really have a problem with that, you know, so I just. A predator's a predator, you know, and so I've watched them kill and it's not the kindest thing in the world to watch, you know,
No.
so, it's just like it's a dog eat dog world out there, so.
Any other questions?
I don't.
I think everybody pretty much knows you for the most part here, so I don't really have any other questions. So
Okay.
do you have any questions of us?
No, I just, thank you for the time to come in
I
and.
guess the other thing is, have you checked into when their meetings are and how much of a commitment that this is for you?
I have,
Okay.
yep, and I'm not real positive when the meetings are, but I got some time on my hands today,
Okay.
so. I'm trying to step away from my other career a little bit, you know, so. Got a couple of boys helping me out with that, so. I'm definitely interested in trying to help community and the ranch community or whatever I can do to help, so.
Great. Well, thanks for coming in.
All right.
We'll be in touch with you.
All right. sounds
Probably
good.
today sometime.
I'm heading to Alpine right now, so. The storm is coming.
Where's your sled? On your truck?
On the truck.
You'll keep above the surface.
Yes, thank you.
Sharon's in the house.
Oh, I didn't even see her back there. Okay, we have Karen Horner with Park County Library Director for annual report.
Thank you.
You?
Thank you. Gotcha.
Bless you.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Stewart, thank you for allowing me the time to come in for just a few minutes and kind of provide a little annual update of what's been happening at the library. I just handed out everybody our 2025 annual report that we just launched today. So just wanted to kind of give you an update of what's been happening for the past year at the library. As you can see with our numbers, we're busy and we're active and we stay pretty busy with the community. Compared to last year's numbers, they're a little skewed differently than last year's. Our total visitors are just a little bit down. Mainly that's last year. About this time, we started to move into the fairgrounds. So that kind of caused a little bit of reduction with people coming to visit, but our programming is up. In fact, our outreach, because a lot of our programs that we normally would do in the PAL library, we're doing outside in the PAL community. We do a lot of our programs at the PAL Elks. They've allowed us to use their space. We're doing in other outside areas of the fairgrounds and other areas of the PAL community. So yes, and we did we took away a digital resource Hoopla last year that was very expensive. But in fact, our digital items have increased due to more resources that we've been put into the Libby. Yeah, so, and then of course, all the numbers and then on the back, it just highlights some of our things that we focused on this year. We had a couple big things, of course, happening. The biggest thing, of course, is the building of the new PAL library, which we're really excited about and can't wait to get in. We had a PAL's first trade fair that we're actually going to be doing again next month. And then we also had we were awarded a huge exhibit that only I think it was 100 libraries in the whole country were given, and had one of them, that was the Americans of the Holocaust. So we had that in June in Cody. So yes, and we've increased a lot of our what we call library of things. It's basically non-books and movies, but a lot of things that people can borrow from us. Radon kits, we have pickleball kits, blood pressure kits, Rocco's, crochet kits, things like that. We've increased that. And then we did start a program called Books for Babies. And so we launched that. And so at the hospitals in Cody and Powell, every newborn child gets a little bag and some information and a board book from the library when they're born. So yeah, this just kind of highlights some of the things that we've done this past year. So.
Great. Any questions at all?
Sure. So are you excited to move into the?
I'm ready. Yes, very ready. Got things coming now and deliveries, and it's like trying to coordinate. No, it looks beautiful and I can't wait for the community and to be able to see it. So yeah, it's really stunning inside. I will say, I love Powell. I say to tell everybody I'm a Park County resident and I represent all of Park County as a librarian. So, but I will say, I think the Powell Library is going to be better than the Cody Library. So yeah, I'm saying it right now publicly. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I know we get reports back, but remind me, do we have a hard grand opening date yet?
We do behind the scenes because we haven't officially gotten the keys yet. So I want to allow for, just in case there's any construction hiccups, that we haven't announced something that we have to take back. But yes, behind the scenes in the library, we do have a date that we're planning on doing the grand opening. And as soon as the Grote House gives me the keys technically and says, here you go, it's yours, I'll announce it.
Okay, thanks.
You also did some work at the Matisse Library this year.
Yes, yes. So Matisse Library, of course, it's limited. It's in the school. So, but we're doing some improvement in there. So we've upgraded their children's shelving. So we did that just in December, and just literally week and a half ago, I want to say we delivered them a brand new book drop. The book drop there was very ancient, and so we got them a nice brand new one. So yes, so we're going to be creating some more space inside the Matisse Library. The school has transferred to a project-based learning. So we're going to be creating some more spaces for kids to hang out and work on projects there. So that's kind of some of the things we're going to be doing with Matisse.
Nice. Sure. Karen, I like this data, just seeing the data. The one question I have is
Yeah.
on the total visitors to Park County Library.
Mhm.
How do you monitor that? Because sometimes I might go visit and I might not check anything out. So there might not really be
Yeah.
a data point to capture there.
And it's not exact. We do have door counters that we have at the Cody Library. And, but again, there's different ways to enter through the elevator, of course, the Partners Cafe. So it's not exact. So this is just kind of based on those people counters. Of course, Matisse, we don't have people counters there. So it's really just staff estimating.
Okay.
So we always like to say this is probably a low number and it's probably higher. But yes, this is based on just people counters that we have there.
And did you see some drop? I know for me, myself, I used Hoopla and then.
Yes.
And I think Commissioner Teal and I were talking about this the other day about trying to go into Libby,
Mm-hmm.
because you listened to a book the other day. you
Yes.
said.
I already.
Yep. And
She
heads
got
are
her
rolling.
first.
Heads are rolling. I want to get back.
So
Actually, no, last year our digital items checked out. I brought last year's too. It was 83,776.
so it went
So,
up even with the transition.
Even with who getting rid of Hoopla, yes, because Hoopla was so limited due to we had to pay per use. So we had to really limit what people could access. So Libby, it's endless. So yeah, it's actually increased our digital
It's
items.
like
have
they
increased.
increased the options of what you can check out.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, that's good
Yes,
to know.
yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. The other thing, in attending the library board meetings, and Karen and I have had this conversation, but just to update the board before we get to budget time, you and I had a discussion about the state money coming back. Do
Mhm.
you want to explain? what you did
Oh,
there?
yes. So basically, when I first came here, I thought it was really odd that we had money down in the state. And then, of course, I heard the history that it caused some issues with the library and the commissioners, which totally understandable. And come to find, why was it down there? And basically, it was set up, I think, for smaller libraries who don't have any admin staff, who don't have a staff to handle invoices and paying things. And so, of course, we're considered one of the large libraries, and I do have an admin person who pays bills. It was really just extra work, extra steps for us to have to turn around, send money there, get them to pay our bill. They send it back to us when we're paying everything else. So it was really just our book budget. And it was really just pointless and extra work. So we have removed all the money from the state. So we'll be handling all of the bills ourselves. And there was Matizzi replacement funds there that we are using. And that we've opened up a separate checking account. So that's just used for that and it can't be used for anything else.
Mr. Chair, Karen,
Mhm.
as far as getting the furniture coming in,
Mhm.
have you been working with buildings and grounds at least where to store all this furniture until it's finally put together and all of that?
So yeah, so basically we've kind of did our best to schedule it. It's now just starting to come in so that it can just be stored in the actual library. So we are starting to get stuff delivered to the new library and being stored in there. And for like things like the shelving, we're actually having the company install it for us because it takes weeks. And so we know buildings and grounds are, limited with their resources well. And some of the bigger items, we're actually having that installed for us. And then some of the smaller stuff, the staff will be handling it.
Well, the last we heard, they're just doing a punch list right now, on
Mhm.
one
Yeah.
section of it on the west side.
Yeah, we're anxiously waiting.
So you should get the keys pretty soon.
I hope so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. We're excited. Like I said, as soon as I get the keys, I know Mr. Zach Taylor over there is anxiously awaiting an article. So we will be announcing very soon, as we can.
Anything else for us?
That was it. Yeah.
Appreciate you coming in and.
Well, thanks for giving me your time.
Sorry.
Yes, thanks so much.
Thanks. You better get Commissioner Teal's book.
I'm telling you, heads are rolling when I get back.
You got a little bit of time on chapter 18 right now, book
Okay.
3, then I'm gonna have to go back now and
Read book 2.
All right,
Thanks,
thanks. All right.
Are we on break or are we back through?
10:50.
Okay, next we have Ben McDonald, Park County Engineer's Office with the County Sewer Lagoons Road easement.
Chairman Stewart, Commissioners, have just a easement to present. We've been asked by the landowners, Ron and Yvonne Laughlin and Mark and Mary Nelson, NLRRE LLC, to swap easement, so to speak, at the county septic receiving facility. And I have handed out, I just got this yesterday when I was not in the office, so I handed out a little exhibit showing the easement. Basically, it's about 1,200 feet of 60-foot wide easement on Park County lands, and about 900 feet, I believe, of easement from Laughlin and to Park County. So it would be reciprocating. And so I have that in front of you. I know we've had discussions about this in the past, going back several years, but basically, we are looking for a resolution from the board to proceed with getting these easements.
I'm not here. Where's Hans?
Oh, geez.
Oh,
Good catch.
we can catch him up later in the video.
He isn't gonna like until he should be back any second. Agenda items are susceptible to time change.
Stay up there, Hans. All right. So once again, we have Ben McDonald at the Engineer's Office about the sewer lagoon easement.
Yes, so Park County's been approached by the Laughlin Revocable Trust and NLRE LLC, the Laughlin and Nelson families, about exchanging an easement for access across the Park County septic receiving facility. We've had a lot of discussions about this and have gone through a couple of iterations of this. But basically, what we're asking for is a resolution to proceed with granting an easement in exchange for an easement, as long as we have the county attorney's final approval when we finalize and record. I think everything is up to speed as far as what the exhibit is. And so what I presented earlier is what we are proposing for this situation.
Mr. Chairman, it was involved in the meeting with Laughlin's. It went very well. We had a discussion about 30-foot or 60-foot, and they were on board with the 60-foot. Understood what this does for keeping things open for the future on how that property may or may not develop in the future, to allow for kind of two entrances if necessary, from the east and the west. And I think it's the best way to go.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add real quick, I agree. For the public trying to be full transparent, these sewer lagoons will be abandoned. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but in the process of transferring this service over to the city of Cody, which hopefully will be in service this summer, at which time the county will start remediation of this property, which will, if I understand right, Ben, could take up to a couple of years.
Yes.
The lagoons have to dry up and then they'll be excavated out, removed of any foreign debris. At which time, yeah, the county down the road could, there's a total of 30 some acres down there, 20 some,
Yes, I believe it's better than 35.
better than
actually.
35 acres. It's on the right on the edge of town. So this easement, I think, is a very good move for the future of Park County.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. As far as the situation, I believe that that's 4 years. Once the one bed is drying right now, and then once we close, I think it's 3 to 5 years, and then yeah, we'll remove the sludge and backfill and remove all of our infrastructure, and that will be retired.
Mr. Chair, does the state have to write that off then?
Yes, there will be a process that we have to go through on the closure, but I think it's gonna be pretty minimal because those ponds are lined. And so basically, once we remove our pipes and, that's dosed with irrigation water, with those drying beds. And so, yeah, once we get to that point, we'll notify them and I'm sure that we'll have some documentation to close it out.
Appreciate you working on this. I know sometimes a county truck isn't appreciated out there by some
Yeah.
of the residents, so thanks for doing that. So
You bet.
Doing all that without a bullet resistant vest.
That's right. Drive fast.
So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I move to approve by resolution, the easement as presented by our Public Works and approved to form by our county attorney as before recorded. Sound right?
Like pending approval or?
Pending approval of the county attorney to form.
That form.
Second.
Been moved to second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Ben.
Ben.
Lot of work.
resolution number.
That'd be great.
That'll be 2026-06.
Thank you. No, we will get that to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was at the wrong location, sorry.
Okay, next we have discussion reference SUP 256 Axfall production. And we have Anthony Jolovich and Representative Colin Simpson.
Is the mountain construction supposed to be? Yes, there she is.
And if you would, when you're talking, if you would pull that mic closer and then identify yourself at first and then just talk loud. Don't talk loud, just talk close to the mic.
Good morning, my name is Anthony Jolovich. Here today to attempt to amend SUP permit 256 for the purpose of temporary asphalt production to be done by Mountain Construction for the Cody Powell Highway.
I'm Kim Wilson. I'm the general manager of Mountain Construction Company.
Would you
Kim,
like
can
to-
you tell us what is necessary for your operation?
Yeah, we would like to set up a hot mix plant in Mr. Dolovich's property. For this job, we would produce approximately 35,000 tons of hot mix asphalt. That would take probably 3 weeks over the course of this summer.
When would you start?
Looking to start third week of June. There is a limitation on the project that you cannot work on the project June 30th through July 5th. So if we don't make that third week of June, we would start the first working day after July 5th.
So you can't work at all from the 1st to the 5th of July?
Yeah, 30th through the 5th.
Oh, 30, okay. And where is the job?
It starts at Blair's in Powell and it's gonna come all the way to the railroad tracks in Ralston.
So this is the second half of the Powell Highway resurfacing.
Okay, and I think one of the reasons that one of the things we need to discuss is some of the interpretations of whether that asphalt plant is permitted there, because there's some kind of, I guess, different opinions. And so I think for starters publicly, if we could just maybe have Joy or something explain to us kind of what the hiccup is.
Mr. Chairman, Joy Hill, Planning Director. I sort of advise the board on this matter, but for the record, just so everybody understands, the definition of the use that was approved by the board for Mr. Jolovich to operate his gravel pit is the rock products mine large. It's defined as removal of sand, gravel, rock, limestone, and topsoil for use or sale off-site exceeding 2,000 cubic yards per year, including washing, screening, crushing, and other processing of material produced on site. Includes locations where material produced off-site is processed, washed, screened, crushed, processed, and or made into asphalt. And then it says irrigation districts and unorganized ditches are exempt for topsoil and sand removal for use or sale off-site. That is the definition of the use. So as you know, when someone brings a project proposal to us, we look at what they're proposing to do and we find the use that most closely aligns with their proposal. Mr. Jolovich's proposal was to mine gravel on the property. There was no proposal for an asphalt plant. So when it came before you, that's what the proposal was saying they were going to do. Now, is an asphalt plant allowed under a rock products mine? Yes, but did his proposal include that as part of the use? No. So as you're aware, what you approve is what they're allowed to do. If they want to change that, then we require an amended SUP. So let me just pull up the language on amended SUP quick. So amendments to approved special use permits. Minor changes to an approved special use permit may be approved by the planning and zoning director. Otherwise, a special use permit may be amended, varied, or altered only upon approval of the board at a public meeting, a public hearing. This particular situation where I'm told we're going to have an asphalt mix plant 1,600 truckloads going in or out of the property. And based on the public input we received for the gravel pit originally, I do not consider it minor. So that is why my final decision is that it should just go through the amended SUP process before the board and have a public hearing. Now, there's the argument about the definition. So, well, because the definition says I can do those things, why do I have to amend my SUP? I'll just point you to one example. Obviously, we have dozens of use classifications, but let's say someone came in to get a permit for a tourism-focused commercial business. And specifically, their proposal was to have a short-term rental. Okay, we all know what that looks like, right? It's a house. It's going to be rented out to people, transients coming to stay overnight, kind of like a hotel. If you approved someone's proposal, a tourism-focused commercial business, to put a short-term rental on the property, that's what your approval would be based upon. But then you couldn't say that person can be like, well, tourism-focused commercial business also includes restaurants and gift shops and automobile service stations and gas stations. So because that's in the definition, I should just be allowed to put those up too. So I caution you to try to fit anything possible when that's not what was proposed on the SUP. So I also recommend, however, that if Mr. Jolovich chooses to go forward, which I believe he should, I think he should move forward with the amendment. I know that this particular proposal is kind of temporary, but based on the location of Mr. Jolovich's property, it seems reasonable to me that he would want to have this use in the future when there are other highway projects that come through, because he's centrally located. It's very convenient. So I wouldn't want to go for just the, was it 3 weeks or months or whatever they're talking about? I would want to build in the allowance to have an asphalt plant as they need it or as they want it. And that's just my recommendation, should Mr. Jolovich choose to go forward. I will also add, we haven't had a single complaint about the gravel pit since it was installed. So that, I believe, is working in Mr. Jolovich's favor as well. Obviously, bringing 1,600 truckloads through there could change things. I don't know. But there is the public process that could help, with that. And we've offered to Mr. Jolovich to start that process as soon as possible. It's one hearing before the board. Of course, we have our notice requirements, which put us out a couple weeks for that. But, we can get rolling in March and get her done.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jolovich, my question, I guess, is,
I'm sorry.
I have a question for you or Mr. Jolovich. What is this? Why are you required to, you have a permit and you're required to get another one from the state, correct?
Correct. Air quality.
And is the DEQ not accepting this special use permit to advance your air quality permit from the DEQ? Is that the reason you're here today?
Yes, Mr. Thiel. It would require a new air quality permit, and it must be signed off on by the county commissioners to proceed with that new air quality permit.
And is the DEQ in fact then questioning whether this is, I guess?
No. In order for the DEQ to issue a new permit, they have to have the approval of county commissioners.
Have you sent them this current SUP?
They already have the current SUP, yes.
What's that?
They already do have the current SUP with the current air quality permit. We have to obtain a new air quality permit to allow an asphalt plant on site from the DEQ.
I guess I'm confused as to what you're asking from us to include that, because you could be, to me, there's kind of a gray area here. In fact, if you specifically read, it says under the use that you can, as our director read, Thompson of not to exceed 2,000, including washing, screening, crushing, and other processing of material. which under their own definition, asphalt is included as a use within a large rock mine.
Yes.
So I guess I don't understand what they want.
They want essentially a cover letter from Park County Commission for them to produce a new air quality permit.
Okay.
They need your approval for them to proceed with a new air
I
quality
see.
permit.
And the second part of the question, if I could, Mr. Chairman, for Mountain, you have to provide an air quality permit for the DEQ as well.
Correct.
For anytime you move your plant or asphalt batch plant and anything. So it's a kind
Correct.
of a double up. Have you had any issues with
No.
needing a permit?
So I have a temporary portable permit that follows. We have
Follows you.
3 asphalt plants, so
Right.
it follows that. And I believe what Mr. Jolovich is after, I do this all the time. It's kind of just a checklist, the DEQ, because he technically, even the crusher that we're gonna bring in to crush the gravel to mine, it has all of its own permits. So everything has all of its own permits, and then there's just one that kind of encompasses his, air quality, and it's just saying that there will be those type of plants in there. But we have all the current and necessary permits. And then also about the impact of the 1,600 loads, those trucks are gonna come in and out regardless if we put the plant there or at a different location. The material's
Understood.
gotta get trucked out.
Understood. And one last question, I guess, for possible staff, that you were concerned with the 1,600 truckloads. I'm reading it, unless I missed it, there's no limitation on trucks regardless. So whether they're hauling gravel, sand or asphalt.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't know that that's relevant in this particular situation. What I'm looking at is
Number of
whether.
Trucks that you mentioned are not specific to the asphalt plant. I mean, they could be, if they were calling pit run or anything. I mean, there's no limit to the SUP on the number of trucks, correct?
No, I don't, again, I don't think so, but what I'm looking at is what would make this a minor or major change to the existing SUP. And what they're saying, at least what Kim has indicated they've told us, is that this extra addition of the asphalt plant will generate 1,600 additional trips. Is that not correct?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's not the truth. No matter what, we're gonna take that gravel from this site this summer, no matter if there's a plant there or not. The gravel will be removed.
Okay, so I'm just going based on the information I was given. But in any case, the asphalt plant addition, in my opinion, based on the public input we received on the first go for the SUP, I think it's different. I think it produces odors that are different. Obviously, there's air quality, issues too. If DEQ feels they each need their own thing too, that just tells me it's different. But again, that's just my interpretation of the use. If the board feels differently, Mr. Jolovich can use the appeal process to appeal my decision, and he can get the board's decision during that formal process like everyone else.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say I haven't looked closely at the SUP. I just briefly looked through it. In terms of truck traffic with the current SUP, I don't remember any particular numbers. I have this inclination that the essence was a limited number of truck loads, but I'm happy to go back and look at the SUP and see what, if anything, it says regarding number of truckloads.
Mr. Chairman, we have it in front of us. Of the 12 conditions, I'm not seeing it anywhere as any limit.
Right. I'm not saying it's in the conditions, but it might be elsewhere. For example, where Mr. Jolovich indicated, or whoever was the applicant indicated, truck traffic in general is what I'm saying.
I guess one of the things that comes to mind for me is I'm very much, I think, in agreement with an amended SUP. It would fit in. My concern comes this. If, let's say we just give the cover letter and follow through, and then say March or April, somebody decides to put a stop to this, and then the whole thing's shut down, when is it going to get, if somebody wants to file a injunction against it or something that's not in there, how long is it going to take? Are we going to get into a problem where we can't even do asphalt because somebody stopped it because it's not in the original permit? So, I mean, I'm trying to play it safe. So how do we do it safe? Other than amended SUP or appeal, and then we take it on appeal.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question to try and help clarify that? Joy, what is the appeal process of, so you're formally declining the request of the applicant, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my decision is that it's not a minor amendment to the SUP. And so therefore, I believe it qualifies for an amended SUP, which has to go before the board in a public hearing.
And the appeal of that is under what is the appeal process?
The appeal process is in chapter 1 of the regulations. It might be section 6. And you're afforded, 20 days to file an official appeal to the board for their decision. That is a public hearing, just like an amended SUP would be. Neighbor notice will be required. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind the board, you have amended SUPs for less. I could cite multiple examples if you'd like. Pure Heart Retreat up the North Fork, they literally wanted to change their operating days. And the neighborhood came out in force and you denied that amendment based on impacts. The Goods, who have the fireworks storage location outside of Garland, they wanted to add containers and expand their use. And they went through the amended SUP process multiple times to do that. Now they had a specific condition, obviously, that indicates expansion, needed to be approved, but it's really the same concept, an increase in impact. That again, I explained the reasons why I feel like it's not minor, but I also have indicated that, I will move Mr. Jolovich through, as quickly as we can.
Yes, I would ask this in following your line of questions. Is it feasible to keep things moving a little bit quicker? That Mr. Jolovich wouldn't even need to do an appeal. All he would need to do is apply for an amended SUP. And that would save a few weeks and a notice and another public hearing. But that could be done in that time frame.
I'm sorry, what? So,
Yeah, I mean, he would essentially get his answer.
right. Yeah, those were the points of my questions. The only way, according to amendments to the special use permits, if the planning director does not approve minor changes, it has to go to a public hearing. Or it's appealed and you can then override the planning director, but it seems to me that that's just duplicative. And I would think that the sentiment is towards approval of an amendment, and it would be somewhat of a waste of time and money to appeal and potentially lose the appeal and have to go through the amendment otherwise. But that's my legal advice that I'm giving you firsthand. So you can tell me you don't like it, but do you want to step outside for a minute, Tony? Okay, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I thought you were telling him to step outside.
That's not what I meant. Okay. You'd probably take me, sure.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to wait till they come back to discuss amongst us.
Yeah, we might as well for.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have one more question for Mr. Jolovich before.
Where'd you see that, et cetera?
What's that?
The et cetera you were talking about the uses?
Well, that's what I wanted to discuss and is at the top of page 9 under special use permitted. If I could, while they're here. And all.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has agreed that he will amend the SUP. Just to iterate again, that really the number of trucks coming in and out of the property is not going to change. It's just that there's an asphalt plant there now producing asphalt that was done for their first half of the project. So you'll hear more about that, I'm sure.
Well, and I think the big thing is follow the director's advice and do it as a permanent, or, don't do it as a one-time deal.
Right, through the amendment process.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's probably by far the best way to go. And just a little tidbit of it, I'm looking at your current permit, and the gray area seems to come up in the definition of other processing material. So I would almost request that you mimic what is considered approved under a rock mining process. Because a year from now, if you want to come in and run magnesium chloride through a pug mill, or and that's decided it's not a minor change, you're going to be back amending it again. So I mean, these are general practices, and that's where I have a hard time even requesting that he has to go through this process, because to me, it clearly states other processing material is covered under the definition of the state's definition of rock mine. And further, I think that this is just a minor step in which the state still has to approve his permit. And they regulate and they oversee whether he meets air quality, water, and all that stuff. We don't. So the concerns of the neighbors will be addressed at the state level. I'd like to see him be able to move forward, but if he's willing to amend it and stretch it out for another 30 days and Mountain is okay with that, I'm all right too.
Mr. Chair, as far as for mountain construction, if this isn't approved, what do you do? Do you have contingencies or other locations?
Yeah, so if this is not approved, the impact to the public is gonna be far greater. It's gonna come out of the Stampede grounds. So it's gonna be coming through town, right, in your
Through town, yeah,
busy tourist season.
and that's still a long haul to get to Flair's Market.
Yeah, and then to Mr. Phil's point, too, that when the air quality, when they amend their permit, it does go to public notice and the neighbors do get the thing, and then it's published in the local papers 2 times too.
Just, I guess to clarify, you just said that you'd be taken from the pit out at the Stampede grounds, but earlier it was said that there wouldn't be an additional 16 trucks there or 1,600 because they would be hauling.
We're gonna
material.
have to haul from there to the
Oh.
Stampede process
Okay.
and come
Okay.
back.
Yes.
God help us.
Mr. Chair, just have a quick question for Mr. Dolovich and maybe you as well, but is there a timeline as far as the DEQ? Like, are you on a timeline? Because you said you wanted to start. I wrote it down somewhere, but you mentioned the date.
3rd week of June, yeah.
Is there a timeline between are we in a time crunch getting the special use permit the SUP amended in order to get DEQ's letter? Is there a time crunch there?
Correct, yeah. I believe they get 30 days to review that the permit is complete, and then they advertise for 30 days. So we're 2 months.
So we're looking at, so now it's February. So if we did it in March, it would get you to May in order to have a window before June. If we did the amended process, that would work. Timeline wise. Okay.
I theoretically, ideally, yes, it should.
Then I guess I would recommend we get with the planning and get that started as soon as possible.
We will do that.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much.
Good rest of the day.
Yep, you too. Don't get blown away.
Yeah, it's starting out there, isn't it?
Okay, run a little bit behind. Next, we have Park County Commissioners reference letter of response to Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams, House District 50, and the Park County Republican Party. So I'll preface this a little bit quick. We had a meeting with the Park County Commissioners throughout the basin with our legislators. In that meeting, it was brought up that there was some discussion about WCCA's Wyoming Commissioner Association dues going for lobbying and some of that. And it was brought up that possibly that was the same situation with some of the state agencies, the state dues that they pay. So it was brought up that a couple of us, myself, one of them, did believe that one of those, at least one of the agencies paid lobbyists back in Cheyenne. So we had a discussion. It was not the best. It got a little heated for a second there, but so then the following day, don't quote me, it might have been 2 days later, the board got a letter February 23rd from Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams, House District.
January.
I'm sorry, February 3rd.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, February 3rd. And I'll read it to you. And before I read it, this letter was sent to the board. And then this letter was also read out loud to the GOP Central Committee.
Yes.
So the letter reads, Dear Park County Board of Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to meet with your board to address concerns prior to the upcoming legislative session. I'm following up on this topic of taxpayer funded lobbying brought up at the Bighorn County Commissioners that sparked quite a bit of passionate support from the commissioners during the meeting. Chairman Stewart and Commissioner Simone shared the concern about the Wyoming legislature's membership into the National Conference of State Legislature and the Council of State Government. Shortly after the meeting, I inquired of the Director of Legislative Services. Neither organization is registered as a lobbying firm in Washington, D.C. I've also attached a letter of the resolution provided by Park County Republican Party in reference to the meeting, and it's signed by Representative Williams. So the discussion was amongst some of us to, since they read it to the committee and this was official letter. So when we'll find out who agrees and who doesn't, but I was one of the supporters to prompt the letter in response back to Rodriguez Williams, and also to the GOP. And hopefully they would read our letter since they read her letter. And so with that, we have written a letter, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Simone to read that letter.
Okay. You want me to read it now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so dear Representative Rodriguez Williams and Chairman Venata, thank you for your February 3rd, 2026 letter and the follow-up from Chairman Venata. Oh, we should mention that Chairman Venata also responded to us as well.
That's correct. Sorry.
Regarding, so he responded to us on email, regarding taxpayer-funded lobbying, the National Conference of State Legislatures, and the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. The Park County Board of Commissioners appreciates the opportunity to respond and provide clarity on these important issues. We understand Chairman Venata's point that sharing Representative Rodriguez Williams' letter and the attached resolution at the most recent Park County Central Committee GOP meeting was meant to highlight the value of grassroots engagement and not to take sides. At the same time, we recognize the concerns regarding the use of taxpayer dollars for lobbying, whether through the WCCA or other associations, and emphasize that transparency and accountability must be considered when public funds are involved. While Representative Rodriguez Williams is correct that NCSL is not a registered lobbying firm, this is a legal technicality. Under federal law, an organization can employ in-house lobbyists without registering as a lobbying firm if its total lobbying expenses do not exceed $16,000 in a calendar quarter. See the LDA guidance revised version February 28th, 2025. The NCSL webpage states that the organization actively lobbies on behalf of its member states. NCSL's standing committees, made up of legislators and staff appointed by state leadership, set policy positions on state federal issues. And then it cites the NCSL Standing Committee's Frequently Asked Questions website, which are formalized through policy directives and resolutions. See the NCSL Policy Directives and Resolutions. As stated on the website, quote, NCSL's Washington staff lobby Congress, the White House, and federal agencies for the benefit of state legislatures in accord with the policy directives and resolutions recommended by the standing committees and adopted at the NCSL Legislative Summit Business Meeting. As a result of those policy decisions, NCSL is nationally recognized as a formidable lobbying force in state and federal relations. And a link to NCSL, our work. The Wyoming legislature's participation in NCSL also involves taxpayer-supported travel, which reimburses Wyoming legislators for attending national meetings such as the NCSL Legislative Summit and the Capitol Forum. Additionally, the state pays approximately $142,489 per year in NCSL membership dues included in the legislature's biennial budget to maintain access to these programs and lobbying efforts. At our January 26, 2026 meeting with legislators, it was clarified that when the WCCA executive director engages in lobbying on behalf of the association, his salary is not funded by taxpayer-funded membership dues, but by other WCCA revenues. This distinction is important for public transparency. Chairman Venata, you shared your view that using taxpayer dollars for lobbying raises ethical concerns. We emphasize that this principle must apply equally to all taxpayer-funded lobbying efforts, including dues, travel, committee participation, or other advocacy activities supported with public funds. Commissioners are committed to ensuring that all entities funded with public money are held to the same standard. The board also notes that current leaders of both the associations are Democrats. NCSL's president, Marcus C. Evans, Democrat from Illinois, and WCCA leadership, Natalia Macker, Democrat, Teton County. But historically, leadership in both organizations has included Republicans as well. This demonstrates that membership and leadership span party lines and reinforces that our focus must remain on accountability and transparency rather than party affiliation. The board looks forward to continued dialogue during the legislative session to ensure consistent oversight of taxpayer-funded expenditures and that legislative standards are applied equally to all entities receiving public funds. We expect that this response will be shared at the next meeting of the Park County Republican Party so that members have the benefit of both perspectives. Respectfully submitted, the Board of County Commissioners.
Thanks, Commissioner. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, as far as taxpayer-funded lobbying through the commissioners, and of course Jeremiah does a lot of the talking for us. But as we saw when we were at some of the programs last week, all the list of sponsors, and I mean, it's page after page of sponsors that we have, which help pay for that portion of it. Not that the sponsors will say, well, I want you to vote in this direction or not, but it's just a sponsorship is what it is. So, yeah, as far as taxpayer dollars, it's for his work in, well, if you want to call it lobbying, basically it's reporting how we have voted and such and how we have swayed certain topics or such. It is not coming out of taxpayer dollars. It's coming out of the sponsorships, which do not sway how we decide things anyway. So,
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of transparency and stuff, I just want to emphasize that, and I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but for the public, our dues are any form of lobbying or in our efforts, even the travel, the stay down there is minor compared to the return that we get from our dues in training and connecting with other commissioners and state agencies across at these conferences. It's the lobbying efforts that you're trying to connect tax dollars to is so minimal from what we get out of the WCCA. And I'm speaking specifically WCCA. I know there's other organizations, there's WHAM and all that stuff out there, but this is specific attack on that. And I'm very offended that we have members in our community that feel that we're wasting tax dollars in these efforts. It would cost so much more to get this kind of training anywhere else. Every one of our departments, when they submit a budget, there's a line item for training. And if it would make the taxpayers feel better about where their taxes are going, we can change our membership dues to training. I mean, it's just, it's crazy. I'm a little bit perturbed over this and I fully support this letter.
Chairman or Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing that I would say that I don't think people realize come out of this, and I fully support WCCA and the trainings that Commissioner Thiel was mentioning. But the other thing that they have is legal counsel on site that is an employee of WCCA. And that legal counsel helps us a ton every year in dealing with the federal government. When we deal with the BLM, the Bureau of Rec, Yellowstone Park, the Forest Service, all of those things that come around that will affect Park County. And we need direction and understanding of how we need to take a look at those things and pay attention when they come up. And we are notified by that attorney and given advice on how we need to handle these things. Or if we do a letter of support, the sage-grouse program, the natural resource management programs, we're not trained in all those things. And to ask our county attorney to help us, he's already way understaffed and way overbooked. So it would cost us a whole lot more to get outside counsel to help us with those situations if we did not have WCCA to help us. And I think it's a little frustrating that they are lumping everything that WCCA does into one thing, which to me is fairly small. And to me, it's more educating the legislature on how some of the bills would affect counties, pro and con, and it doesn't affect all counties equally. But that's a small part of what we do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just speaking as a new commissioner, I kind of want to piggyback off of what Commissioner Teal and Commissioner Overfield have already said. I think the portion of time that Jeremiah Riemann spends lobbying is a very small portion of time. The Wyoming state statute requires a lobbyist to register if they are paid more than $500. And so during the legislative session, yes, is he spending a lot more time down there doing that? But outside of that, the amount of education that I have received as a new commissioner, without a background in a lot of these land use issues with federal issues, has been invaluable to me. I just made myself kind of a list of what all I've learned. It's like the powers and duties of a commissioner, the role of the County Board of Equalization, which we've just recently had to deal with, county governance and claims, federal land management, the responsibilities and overlap of other elected officials, budgeting, auditing, investment of county funds, revenue sources such as property taxes, sales and use taxes, severance taxes, fuel taxes, federal funding streams, including like secure rural schools, the natural resource, the FNRPA, the Federal Natural Resource Policy Account Grant that allows us to have the natural resource attorney and a staff member with technical science-based expertise. I don't have that background as a commissioner. So to have that training to me is invaluable. I brought my book. So, I mean, this is a book that the WCCA puts out that has been an invaluable resource to me. And so I want to emphasize to the public that it's not just lobbying. There's a lot of education that goes into this. We can't be expected to be experts on all of these things. Most of us don't have that kind of a background. And to run a county, we need to have that kind of education. The last thing I want to say is that I did listen to a couple of the discussions on the House floor, including House Bill 88. I think it was House Bill 121. And then yesterday, a amendment brought by Representative Brady out of Sweetwater to try to tag her bill onto the direct distribution, tag an amendment onto the direct distribution bill. And I think there were a lot of legislators who voiced that they support and value hearing our voices as elected local governments, that they need to hear our voices down there. And there was one interesting one down there that I thought he made a point of, we need to be careful. The state needs to be careful of First Amendment rights and the rights to association. So I think it's nuanced, and but I guess my take-home point is that it's invaluable education. The NCSL does lobby; they say so on their own website. They may not be a lobbying firm, but they do lobby. And so I think if we're going to apply standards, they have to be applied equally across all governmental entities.
Mr. Chair, so another point of the WCCA becomes a clearinghouse for us. We can now find out issues or problems that are in Uinta County or in Fremont County that we wouldn't know or how to problem solve. And the WCCA helps us in that direction as well. They said, well, here's the problem that they had here, and we could figure that out. So I think that's invaluable, that we could communicate with the rest of the counties in the state through one clearinghouse.
Mr. Chairman, I just really quickly, I want to add, third paragraph down when it describes the legal technology of a lobbying, 16,000 per quarter or 64,000 a year. That's at the federal level. And as Commissioner Simone mentioned, to make sure that we were everything above board and transparent, we have Jeremiah is listed as lobbyist because at the state level, it's only $500.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, just to clarify that we're not paying that kind of money for lobbying efforts.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, the L dirty word. Yep. Yep.
Further discussion?
So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to approve the letter in response that was produced by Chair and Christopher Simone and submit that to the Park County Republican Party and also to Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Second.
Okay,
Mr.
discussion.
Chair, just quickly, I would maybe make a friendly amendment to Commissioner Mangold's motion. Just Representative Rodriguez Williams included all of the legislators for Park County, and so I just amend that it goes to everybody who received her letter.
Thank you. Scott, you agree?
That's good.
Approve.
Okay. Then moved and approved to send the letter to all interested parties on the original letter. Any further discussion? All those in aye signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Yep. Okay, next on our agenda.
Where'd he go? There he is.
Okay, next on our agenda is Mike Keller, reference to the Travel Council in Yellowstone National Park. Welcome, Mr. Keller.
Good morning, commissioners. How are we doing today?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. It's snowing here in Yellowstone. Hope you're getting some too.
Oh, yeah. Great, come down. Well, thanks, Mr. Keller. What sparked your attention in this position?
Well, I'm currently serving on the Park County Travel Council. I was approached to replace Rick Honinghausen when he was a sitting member. He'd been on the council for a number of years representing Yellowstone, and upon his retirement, was requested to step into his role. So,
okay, thank you, Mr. Teal.
Mike, thank you for applying or reapplying. I guess really don't have a whole lot other than, do you have anything outstanding that you feel we could improve on travel?
well, there's always a lot to do, in terms of promoting the entire Park County area. There is so much of this region, not just Yellowstone, but Cody, Powell, Meeteetse, the whole greater area, and anything we can do. Yellowstone is a gateway for people to come across the state of Wyoming and come to our park, but there are so many things to see across these areas, and I want to do everything I can to help kind of support and promote tourism across our greater region. So I'm hoping that in this capacity, I can assist with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, good to see you, Mike. And
Hi there.
I know the liaison to this board, Mike's input's been invaluable when it comes to discussing how those things all meld together. Knowing that we receive Travel Council dollars from Yellowstone Park, we appreciate that. We'd like to have that snow if you'd go ahead and send it this way instead of the wind that we're getting. But Mike, when we have those discussions and when we talk about people moving back and forth across, is there something that you believe or some niche that we're missing in trying to get this work done?
We've spent a lot of time talking about, winter and promoting winter and growing winter. And secondary to that, also, talking about, how are ways that we could utilize, through the airport, how are ways to continue to grow visitation in the area. And I think those are two very key areas. I mean, summertime, there's so many visitors around. I think there's a little bit of visitor fatigue that goes on in the region. But making sure that, not only taking care of the people that are here, but then in those shoulder seasons when there is just so many great things to promote about this area. I think we all love the fall around here very specifically. I've talked with many people who just enjoy, whether it's hunting or fishing or just getting out and enjoying the great outdoors. How can we continue to look in those spaces and really kind of continue to grow demand in our area? There's been some talk around, how do we do things like, is exploring the road from Cody through Cook City into Yellowstone something we can look at moving forward? I know that's got a variety of opinions around that, but I think it's something that warrants further discussion just to see if that's something to help grow interest in our area to continue that tourism drive that we are known for so well, how to keep it going in a longer season for sure.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, I don't think I've met you before, so I'm Kelly Simone and nice to meet you.
Ditto.
And I'm with Dossie, maybe send some snow instead of the major wind we're having right now. So do you feel like there's any hiccups or problems as far as like the online platform or how we can reach more people that are traveling to the area to improve that? Something along in the online space that we could do differently or more aggressively?
Well, you know, the world of technology is evolving so fast and everything, you know, in tourism and in business, just in general. So yes, I mean, I believe there's more opportunities there. And, you know, we have a new executive director coming on board here shortly. Now that's something that we are hoping to really kind of key into in this next iteration as we move forward. But it's like, how do we differentiate ourselves from a destination when people are looking at Wyoming? Why Cody over Cheyenne? Why Cody over, you know, Natrona County? Why Cody over Jackson? You know, kind of a deal. And what can we do in that space to really kind of get there? We've done some great work, and I think we have some great stories to tell. And we've kind of put together a few little, like, you know, 1, 3, and 5 minute snippets around videos about what Cody can do to offer. But I think there's even more space in that area to grow. And I know it's something we're going to be focusing on the board moving forward.
Thank you, Mike. As far as, is there maybe a competition with the south entrance, west, north? Do you need to push the east a little more, or is it a combined effort from all of you just trying to get more visitors into Yellowstone?
You know, we had just over 4.76 million visitors last year, sir, and there was plenty to go around between all the gateways and entrances. You know, we've always viewed the east entrance as one of the most important entrances to the park here inside Yellowstone, just because so many people coming from the Midwest come into Yellowstone through the east or the north entrance. But, you know, Cody is not it's a gateway community, but you're not like right on the boundary of the park like a West Yellowstone is, you know, kind of a deal, or a Gardner is. So you get the benefits of some of their challenges they don't have, but at the same time, it's because of your distance. There's other things you can promote and talk about in your region for sure. But, you know, something we have talked about really inside Yellowstone as a whole is how do we spread out the people who are arriving to Yellowstone so they're not just all coming through the west entrance. The two busiest entrances are the Montana entrance. How do we distribute some of that into the Wyoming entrances as well and get more people coming in through those gateways? You know, we're working with the state of Wyoming Office of Tourism, which I was on that board for 6 years and was chairman for a couple of years or before I had a term out. We did a lot of talk about, you know, the routes through Wyoming to get to Yellowstone, and talking about how do we promote Park County? How do we promote Teton County? How do we promote all those gateways that come into the park? And Cody was always a high priority for us in those conversations.
Think of one more. Okay. I guess, Mike, with that discussion and talking about the different gates, are you involved, or is Yellowstone Park involved with the travel council in, say, Teton County? You know, I guess I've never asked that question.
We, you know, much like with Park County, we collect a lot of tax dollars that go to that county, but we are not as nearly involved with Teton County as we are with Park County. Mostly because just proximity. We're in Mammoth, we're the northern part of the park, you're closer to us, you know, kind of a deal. So, but I do periodically go down to Jackson. I'll talk with or meet with people down there just to make sure that, you know, promotion dollars or whatever else is being done is being spent to ensure that Yellowstone's getting included in their considerations. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah,
We're a lot cooler people here in Park County than
you are.
I don't have anything to add, really. Do you have any questions of us?
No, I just hope I can continue to serve you guys on the board and be a support for you.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Be in touch with you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so making decisions. Mr. Chairman, I would do this one fairly easily, but I would move that we reappoint Mike Keller as the Yellowstone representative on the Park County Travel Council.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Mike Keller back to the Travel Council. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, you want to do the other travel, or you want to do, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move to appoint Tim Metzler to the Park County Predator Board.
I'll second.
Tim Metzler. Move second, any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, just wanted to say, I think they are both great candidates. I think they
Yep.
both had good things to offer the board. So I don't think we can go wrong with either decision. I appreciate Mr. Mayton coming in and
Sure.
I think they both
Agreed.
great candidates.
And I've known Mr. Messler for a very long time, as some of you have, but I think he brings forth a little bit more that he has a lot of time on his hands. And he's very, very avid outdoors. Not that the other gentleman's not. He's probably more into the trapping than Mr. Messler, but I think he would be a good asset. Then move second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Sure.
More.
Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
I would nominate Mike Darby to be returned to the travel council. I think he's invaluable in the times that I've been at the meetings and with his connection with tourism in Cody and his history here. I think he's an asset to that board.
Second.
Then move second. Discussion. I feel that having a local voice is really important.
Mr. Chair, I just add that the other candidate, just in fairness to them, and I don't know if I'm saying it right, Amir. He had a great resume, a lot of experience, spoke many languages. And I'm grateful that he submitted an application and sorry that his flight didn't get here, but anyway, he looked good on paper as well, and I just want to say thanks for applying.
We need to vote on that one.
Or did I miss something? Got ahead of myself. Okay. Which one?
Darby.
Oh, that's right. So, sorry. Motions have been made and seconded to appoint Mike Darby back to the travel council back to the travel council. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. It's too cocky. Break time.
Okay.
Oh, what do we got here? Okay, 115, executive session confidential by law pursuant to Wyoming State Statute 16-4-501A9.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we go into executive session pursuant to Wyoming statute 16-4-405A9.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, convened as the Board of Equals.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I was just reading.
Yeah.
Am I on the right page? No. Okay.
Yeah, go up one line.
No, you're right. Top of that page.
So to convene as Board of Equalization.
Right.
So, Mr. Chair, you want me to make a motion to convene as the Board of Equalization?
Yes.
Second.
Moving second to go into executive session.
It's convene.
Convene into executive session.
No, convene as Board of.
Board of
Equalization.
Equalization.
Confused.
We don't have these very often.
No.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Now we need.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we convene. We
Well,
go
these are
into
bad.
executive session. Confidential by law pursuant to Wyoming statute 16-4-405A9.
Second.
Moving second. Moving executive session confidential by law pursuant to Wyoming State Statute 16-4-405A9. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Okay.
Ready. Carmen? Well,
I can do this.
yeah, you can do that. You wrote it down.
Okay. As we know, we've had the question about these water rights, from at least the 4 petitioners that have asked us to take a look at this under Board of Equalization, and we've taken quite a bit of time. And our county attorney staff has taken quite a bit of time to take a look at this and figure out what we can and can't do. And it still seems very much unclear. The statutes were written in 1937, so they don't really relate a lot to the current day. And there is no relevant case law in this situation where this question has come up, it's been determined and moved on. So the attorneys have struggled with what we do here with these water rights, or even what power the Board of Equalization does or doesn't have in handling this situation. So the attorneys have provided us with a document, and I'm just going to read the title of it, if that works. Certification of questions of law by the Board of County Commissioners acting as the Board of Equalization pursuant to Wyoming Rules of Appellate Procedure 11.01, acting as an administrative agency under Wyoming statutes 417505. And what this document says is it sends the question to the district court judge to find out whether we really do have, I'll say, the right or the obligation to deal with this as Board of Equalization, because that is not clear. And so we'd like to, rather than make the wrong decision or make a decision that's going to end up in court anyway, we would like to ask the judge his interpretation of the multiple statutes that deal with this that kind of contradict each other. And that's where we're kind of on hold. So we would like to move this forward, I believe, if the board agrees and we vote to do this, to move this up to the district judge to get his opinion on our obligation and our ability to do this.
Right. And I think a lot of that too is, do we have the authority?
Right.
Right. So I think that needs to be clarified by the judge. We don't want to waste everybody's time and do it and then go to the judge and have to deal with the judge. We want to get this decision from the judge. Do we have that authority to do it? To act as on this issue and get the right decisions. We don't end up back in court.
And
It's not a
Mr.
public hearing, so.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I want to, as a member, I want to apologize to all parties. I wish this were crystal clear, and because you've come back in, I don't know how many times, I'm sorry for that, but I will have to concur with my county attorney as well as the other commissioners. We don't want to do the wrong thing here. And I'm not sure. One thing I do have been experienced, a little bit of experience with irrigation and water rights and things like, and it's complicated and it leads back to it just seems odd that we would be able to sit here and do anything, to be honest with you. But if we can get the answer whether or not we truly do, then I think we can have a lot deeper discussion as to make the right decision. So I just want to apologize first.
Well, I think the other thing, Mr. Chairman, is that we know through the period of the last 6 months that we've been looking at this, that it's not just for landowners out there. There are more involved or could be more involved. So making this decision could set things in the future on how this is handled. So we need to try to get it as correct as we can and find out what the authority is. So.
Any further discussion?
No, you guys covered it.
So with that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I can read those 3 questions for the public if you'd like.
Sure.
I mean, what we're proposing, question 1, certified question, is the Board of County Commissioners required to convene as a Board of Equalization when a member of the irrigation district complains about the assessment role pursuant to Wyoming statute 417505? Question 2, if the answer to question 1 is yes, does the Board of County Commissioners have the power to adjust such assessment role? And if so, to what extent? And question 3 relates back to question 1. If we can convene as the Board of Equalization, when may the Board of County Commissioners convene as the Board of Equalization? And there was some question as to timing. I mean, it's clear under ad valorem taxes and things like that. In these statutes, it's not clear when you would actually convene to do that. So it's really a 3-part. Obviously, question 2 is the big one. Do you have the power to adjust assessment laws?
Yeah, and I'd like to say this is probably one of the more complicated ones I've seen, even in years of law enforcement. This is pretty complicated when you got these possibly contradicting and everything going back and forth. So I don't feel right getting it wrong. So,
Well, in 23 years as county attorney, I mean, I can usually come back to the board and give you a legal opinion. Most of the time those have been correct. In this situation, I've had a deputy of mine, Dustin Slade, myself, he and I have gone back and forth. We've read things, we've reread the statutes, and we can't give you the opinion one way or the other, whether you do have that ability to do it. I think that's why there is the avenue of the certified question, and it makes sense in this circumstance. It's a pretty limited question for the court to answer. It's not very complex in terms of things that they can look at. But I think if the board were to proceed today, one way or the other, it just sends us down a road of potentially unnecessary appeals from either side. And in the interim, a complicating factor if other landowners come in and want the board to address or assess theirs. Is it the perfect answer I'd like to give you today? No, but is it where we find ourselves? I believe it is. So.
pleasure of the board.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners forward the certification of questions of law by the Board of County Commissioners acting as a Board of Equalization pursuant to Wyoming Rules of Appellate Procedure 11-01, acting as administrative agency under Wyoming statute. Forward that to the district court.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Appreciate everybody coming in. Sorry. So we had some answers. Yeah.
As this goes to the judges, that's something that will be made public, or how do we use the judge's decisions?
Yes, you'll be notified by the court as to how they proceed. The court may or may not allow the parties to brief their positions up in terms of their argument. It can go up there 2 different ways. One is an appellee. We're not at that stage yet. It's really the agency asking the question, but the board may ask the parties to go ahead and brief this matter up, give the arguments to the judge. So, yes, sir.
Will, does the county commissioners make the briefing that's already been submitted to the district court?
Imagine the district court will ask for the record. Yes.
And just so everybody's clear, we're not asking anything from the court other than to say, do we have the authority and what these questions are. We're not asking the rule on whether we can take your rights or whether we give it to this irrigation. We gotta have some guidance here. We're hanging out there just fluttering in the wind. Oh,
But you will be notified. Short answer.
Thank you.
okay. Well, thanks everybody for coming. We hope to not do this too many more times.
Do we have all 4 landowners here today?
One's missing. Yeah, he had to go to Salt Lake.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, I didn't know if that's in a format that the board would be willing to sign today or not. So,
It is as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
and then,
the resolution number,
I'll leave that up to you.
let's give it a resolution number so that we get that awesome record down in the office. So let's give that resolution over 2026-07. Maybe that. Then we'll record that. Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn as a Board of Equalization.
Second.
Been moved and approved to
Seconded.
moved and seconded to adjourn as a Board of Equalization. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried.
Mr. Chairman,
He's in Salt
I move we adjourn our meeting. Board of County Commissioners.
Copy of that.
You what? Move to adjourn our regular.
Yep.
Oh, because we have a meeting. Second.
Move second to adjourn as Board of County Commissioners.
Oh,
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Supposed to be downstairs for a work session.